was speaking with Dantian de Lyrander, some housey nonsense going on there. And Jex was recognized by a member of House Tharashk, a woman by the name of Rokimi, who has been off and on trying to convince Jax to join the house, considering his dragon mark, but hasn't been aggressively pushing the issue, nor bringing it up at this party.
And Lars being a himbo.
Oh, and Lars being a himbo. Lars Hellstrom over here. Being his goofily charming self. The distinguished older gentleman at the head of the table. He'll stand and he will tip his head to to each of you, of course. But will gently take Shino's hand. It is an honor to meet you, Miss Murasaki. It is a shame that your sister couldn't join us as well. I am Lareth Ir Morgrave. Your academic career has long been a subject of discussion in the halls of my school. Mm-hmm. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. And he will kiss your knuckles and pull out a chair for you. You do know the name Lareth Ir Morgrave, as would you, Theo. Lareth Ir Morgrave is the founder of Morgrave University. One of the only real rivals to Arcanix. While Arcanix is still considered the most prestigious school for producing wizards and spellcasters, Morgrave University does boast a more versatile education. It is unofficially referred to as the Adventuring Academy. Where more academically minded adventurous types will go and develop skills that many consider more practical or more conducive for the adventurer's lifestyle. Arcanix produces archmages. Morgrave University produces the type of wizards that you'll find in the wild and in dungeons. Among other things, Arcanix almost exclusively caters to spellcasting individuals, even in the courses that don't necessarily require it, where Morgrave University has courses that some folk I point out is rather suspicious, like a little too close to maybe stuff you'll learn in a thieves guild. Lockpicking is for the locksmith's profession, not for a thief. that kind of stuff. Morgrave University also produces a fair number of bards. A portion of its campus is a literal bardic college, um, which, curiously enough, Arcanix does not have. This hasn't really come up, but um, uh, bards as a spell casting profession, as far as Arcanix is concerned, is considered a sort of lower class of magic, and um, there are other schools that one can go to if they want to be a bard. There are other bardic colleges and disciplines. It's only been relatively recently that the bardic profession has started to be recognized in the halls of Arcanix as a respectable spellcasting art. Where Morgrave University has always had this sort of reputation of, as long as you can pay tuition and you meet the like a base academic requirements, um, all walks of life are welcome in their halls.
It's a public school and private school.
Kind of, yeah. Like, Arcanix is very like Ivy League, to use a real world comparison, where Morgrave University is much more practical. Morgrave University has trade colleges on campus.
So private school versus inner city private school.
Yeah. As long as you can pay tuition and you keep your grades up. Morgrave will take anybody.
We're currently looking for professors in ass kicking.
Is this something that Jex will ask in character?
Yes.
Lareth, Dean Ian Morgrave will laugh. And you must be Master Duskwatcher. I've heard quite a bit about you, my friend.
I see my mouth precedes me as always.
Mm-hmm. Well, though the courses go by different names, if you feel like, or know someone you feel like could contribute to furthering the education and related disciplines, we could always use more hands.
Well, I'm hoping there's a retirement to this whole cult fighting business, but you never know.
As do we all. Speaking from a business perspective, and from an administrative perspective, it has been rather depressing having to ensure the halls of my school remain open and clear. I don't like having my school halls produce an echo due to how empty they are. However, learning remotely is the best course of action considering the current circumstances.
That must take a lot of crystals.
It certainly does. Our teaching capabilities, I would estimate, are about 50% efficiency because of it. I have music. But the well-being of the students is
course.
and shall always be, as long as I'm alive, in any case, the top priority.
I'm sure the troubles haven't hurt enrollment, though.
They have, in point of fact.
Huh. You think the people who could afford to would be rushing to learn to defend themselves in times like this?
As is the case with those with money, many find that they have a multitude of options. And courage is more often than not a necessity more than a virtue. Although, considering our attendance, it's fair to say that very few of us here are lacking in any courage. The halfling across the table, with the um, carefully placed up hair, will titter behind like a folding fan. My lord Earmore-Grave, you are being a flatterer. And, dare I say, a little bit of a pessimist. It's true. There are many who would rather hide or avoid the troubles that Sharon is having, but I do not believe that it is in base human nature to avoid our problems. History suggests that there is always a number. Who did we lose? We lost Jex because it's time. Time for his internet to do the thing.
We lost him because it's 8:30.
Yeah. It's merely human nature. It's not in human nature, as many would like to suggest, that our first instinct is to abandon others. There have been many times in our illustrious history where heroes have come to the defense. Hey, welcome back. Have come to the defense of their fellow man. But, if I may, Lady de Jurasco, almost nearly as many have been opportunists as well. As I'm sure a woman as educated as yourself is well aware. And there is kind of like a hush over some members of the table, particularly those belonging to dragon marked houses sort of look a little bit uncomfortable. Theo, having grown up in a house, you are familiar with that type of remark that Lareth had given, right? It's not exactly a secret that the last 100 years have been extremely profitable for the dragon marked houses. Um, Collectively, the dragon marked houses, and this is common knowledge, uh, largely control the economy. They own most of the capital. Um, which directly opposes the noble caste. This is one of the primary reasons why noble bloodlines and dragon-marked bloodlines can't legally marry, and if they do, one party has to give up their titles and holdings for the other. If it's truly love, then that shouldn't be much of an issue. And Theo, it would seem to you, do you think you would have met Lareth Morgrave or the Morgrave family before?
That's a good question. Probably not, given that I'm from Passage, so I would have gone to. It would have been a Arcanix anyway, whether just because I'm from Ondair, so probably not.
Then by reputation, you do recall something about the Morgraves being highly critical of the Dragon Marked houses.
Yeah.
They are a rather socialist family. And while it is almost certain that they have their own dirty skeletons in their closets, the Morgraves are big proponents of, making sure that everybody of every social caste has access to education and basic needs, and whatever your personal feelings might be. Over the last century, over the 100-year war, the behavior of the Dragon Marked houses as a unified coalition has it definitely aroused quite a bit of criticism from some parties and adulation from others. But the Morgraves, as a noble family, most of their reputation comes from good faith, but they've also rather infamously are not very well off for a major noble family. Like, you happen to know just via social osmosis, right? Especially being both a Housey and a student from Arcanix, a rather illustrious student from Arcanix. Arcanix is always incredibly well funded, right? Morgrave University is not, right?
Yeah.
And a big part of Morgrave University continuing to run is the Morgrave family putting their own money up. So they are a noble family in name, but you do happen to know that they don't possess a lot of capital, and according to rumor, a few members of the family have taken to choosing to take that as more of a badge of honor than a sign of weakness. But it does look like your fellow Housies at this table, with the actually, I don't think there are any exceptions. No, there is an exception. Brogo de Vidalis does not seem very plussed about Lareth's comment. Yes, well, Brogo will interject. It is an unfortunate truth that gold is quite often the oil that greases the gears of society, especially in times such as these. And whilst it is true that there are those who have chosen to flee via wings of gold, it will be the resources that we accumulated that will allow Sharn to rebuild after this tragedy. In due course, in large part due to the individuals joining us at our table. Is that not right, Master Deorian?
Well, you you do speak lots of truths, that is for sure. It is Shard would not be the great city that it is if it weren't for the houses that reside and protect it from all manner of plights, whether that be economic or physical, especially given the ones that have been perpetrated against the houses in the most recent past.
Jax, is this something that you're saying in character? Nothing for, say, for the poor who couldn't flee, who will be the ones to do the rebuilding. Your gathered resources are nothing without those to use them. Brogo will turn to regard you, Jax, having listen carefully. He will have lifted a cup to Theo, and Brogo will say, "That is notwithstanding, young master. Sharn, physically and socially, is built upon a series of foundations. And those foundations are joined to one another. It is true. To enact change, the majority must be of one mind, and there is no greater cause than survival. And just as you say, without the majority, without the common people, our resources would be affluent, and time would be our greatest enemy. However, without our support, then you will have a multitude of hungry mouths and desperate serfs. We of House Vidalis We are in the business of beast rearing. Every different sort of beast has skills and talents and places in an ecosystem to which they belong and they excel at. There are wolves and there are rabbits and there are oxen and there are eagles. They all do different things. And in the great cycle, they contribute and interact differently, but they are all necessary. Morgrave is going to sort of like tap his fingers on the table. From an ecological perspective, I suppose I cannot argue. But I would remind you, Baron, that we at this table and those in districts below us, the inhabitants of this city are all people, not beasts. It is an ecosystem nonetheless, Lord Morgrave. And there's sort of like a hanging, awkward.
You are right. We are part of one large ecosystem. But the head cannot walk without feet.
The half-elven man on the opposite side of you, Theo, will lean forward and sort of like tip his head to you. I quite like that. The head cannot walk without feet. And I am inclined to agree. Although, honestly, I was assuming something to that effect were to come from Master Duskwatcher. Also, I apologize. The handsome half-elf will. He's a little rugged. He has a couple of scars. Those of you who are local to the city recognize him as he introduces himself, Counselor Sorik Sensos, at your service.
I usually use the metaphor that people who most want to talk about the weight of a foundation are never the ones with the weight on their shoulders. But the head metaphor was perfectly apt.
A large head needs steady feet, stout legs. Those of you who are local know that Sorik is he's a rather young man who comes from the middle wards. He is anti-capitalist for the most part, but charming and popular. He kind of has like a passing investment in the lower wards. As far as policies is concerned, he seems more worried about the economic gap growing between the upper and middle wards. But he has like stated that what he wants in general is to stabilize and bring together all the social strata and try to, as much as possible, remove that distinction between lower, middle, and upper. The problem with that is that there is a much closer gap between middle and upper, right? And the gap between middle and lower is so disparate that's a fight that is a lot of politicians would say is lost before it starts. Sorek doesn't believe that, he said publicly. But before, there are a lot of people working on social programs for the lower wards, and once the upper wards have been brought closer, once there's more stability, once there's less of a gap between the middle and upper classes, then that should provide structure to help elevate the lower wards. There have, of course, been counselors who have said that before, but Sorek has, in his brief time as a member of the council, has instituted some policies that has helped improve life in the middle wards and a little bit in the lower wards. And he's young, which makes him very popular in the lower and middle wards.
Technically, which counselor here would be responsible for the Goldgate wards?
For Goldgate?
Yes.
I believe that is. Elira Boromar, your patron's older sister.
Oh, gross.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that conversation in the Sky Carriage would have probably been much different then. I probably would have been much harder on her.
Well, maybe you were just charmed by Conwyn's earnest nature.
This is true. Kick Shino under the table. This is your fancy party. You do some schmoozing.
I schmooze with my looks and bounce in my chair and let gravity do the talking.
Councilor Sorek seems to appreciate it. Lars takes that as maybe a little bit of a challenge. He's appreciative, but he starts undoing the ropes on his own shirt and lets a bit of his own tit meat get displayed at the table, and Sergeant Vilroy is rubbing her temples. Lord Morgrave will clear his throat. Not to speak on your group's behalf, but Master Duskwatcher, your reputation does indeed precede you. A long-time defender of the Gold Gate District, proponent of social reform, not to mention, needn't to mention, in fact, your entire group's contribution in the defense and protection of this city. Calamities notwithstanding, I believe it is common consensus that without your efforts, Sean would have been in a much more dire state.
Quite possibly. The destruction orbs we found in the fire cultist's possession was quite disturbing. But on the first half of my reputation, there's people in this room I'd rather not overhear that.
Your identity?
Oh no, the fact that the fact that most of the protecting I do for Goldgate is supposedly against, well, I should, yes. Kinda eyes Conwyn for a second and coughs to cover it. Am I failing to subtly suggest that most of the protection is done against the Boromar and that's my congressman or not?
Conwyn looks a little nervous. Vilroy, for her part, will down the rest of her wine and sort of like make a hand gesture to a waiter to have it filled. This entire company has been invaluable. As independents, they are able to go where the watch cannot legally. And so they've been able to enact much more swifter change than we'd be able to. Sorik is going to sort of like run off of that. Does it mean, Sergeant, that you are a proponent of granting the Watch more leniency and more authority in their dealings? And Vilroy immediately says, absolutely not.
I'm gonna, like, in the same breath, God no.
Well, Sorik sort of like scratches his chin. There are those on the council who have been pushing for more legal reform on what adventurers are able to accomplish and these independent parties.
I mean, that's probably not a bad idea either. As good as it's working out in this scenario, giving guards or lower level adventure or lower reputation adventure parties kind of carte blanche like we have used would 9 times out of 10 probably just hurt the people in the lower wards. I think it's the specific mix up of the social economics in our parties that gives us the ability to use carte blanche justification because there's a lot of internal oversight between our, well, bickering.
And yet, it is also granted many people the opportunity to elevate themselves socially and financially rather swiftly by the merit of their own abilities. I can think of no greater examples that the infamous masters Hargrim and Shabazz around this very table. Not to speak for you, gentlemen, but your reputations do precede you.
I just hit stuff.
And very well, if we are to believe the papers.
Sometimes too well. We do have questions to ask later.
No. I just shrug.
Did not find his briskness rude. A man of few words, but many muscles.
I'm gonna copy Vilroy's motion to the waiter because I need a drink with all these way above me conversations.
It's okay. I may have a 19 intelligence, but I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page too. I think Shabazz would not really like conversation and would be more inclined to join the fellow entertainers. That's those two up there, isn't it?
Yes.
So I
Yeah.
think I would take out my instrument of the bards and slowly approach them and try to join in with what they were doing. Like removing myself from the conversation, basically saying, "I'll just go be a bard over here."
And exit stage left. Ouch.
You approach a rather lovely, silver-haired elven woman in a fashionable dress with a lute, or not a lute, a flute made out of crystal, um, who changes between um, singing, dancing, and playing the flute. Next to her is a lovely ceramic warforged who is playing the cello. Shabazz, as a bard, you recognize Palace. Palace is has been a sort of like a fashionable hot ticket of a performer. You can tell, like, just as a musician yourself, she has a great talent for the flute and for singing and musical performance. As a bard, you can tell that the minor magic she is using in her performance is a not bardic magic. Though it's clear to you that should she ever decide to be a bard, she'd be very good at it. At the end of her set, as you approach, the two of them will regard you. The Warforged gives you sort of like a once over her mechanical face, sort of like analyzing you from like the top of your gleaming head to your shoes, then back up again. Decides that Palace has this, and she turns around and starts like tuning her cello. Palace, who finally takes a breath, you're not sure when she was able to breathe with all that singing and flute work, but sort of like fans herself. Welcome back, Michael. And Palace looks at you, smirks. I'm sure you've heard this a lot tonight, but it looks like your reputation precedes you, Mr. Shabazz. It is an honor to meet a fellow performer. She'll like curtsy.
I appreciate that. Just feel a little bit more comfortable over here. I'm not sure I'm liking all the attention I've been drawing. Some is good. This might be too much.
This from the infamous Shabazz, known rake, some would even say privateer.
A lot of attention.
Is that not our profession, to attract a lot of attention? And she'll wink. One big blue eye winks.
I'd be all right shining a light on you a little bit tonight. I'm here to accompany, if I may, and show her my instrument, which I would assume she probably knows what it is.
She'll gasp and comment on what a big sturdy lute you have, and compare her flute to yours. I believe they're of similar make. It has quite an instrument. Is that a blood stain on the underside?
Probably.
Well, I would be honored to have you join us.
It would be my pleasure.
Well, considering, how about you lead our next set? What sort of music do you want to play? And I'll need a performance check.
Well, ultimately, be something that she would be comfortable with. If I am familiar with, I don't know, something that she does or would do. I kind of want to make it not about me and more about emphasizing her and her abilities, or even the Warforged too. If
Oh, pardon. This is my friend Kermikos. The Warforged like up nod her head. She's not much of a conversationalist. You happen to know that Pallas, well, you can make a history check with advantage. As far as you know, Pallas is like pop music, which is what she has been playing. You do happen to recall a song of hers that's a bit older, sort of like you're dipping in a little bit of your bardic hipster knowledge a little bit. Before Pallas was a big name and she was playing in taverns and dives, there was a popular song going around that you recall. That's, in your opinion, very good, but doesn't quite align um, with what she has been playing so far. It's kind of like a deep pull. So if you start playing that, there's a chance she might appreciate it. But it would definitely be from her past and not one of her currently popular songs.
yeah, that's what I would go with then.
Okay. Go ahead and roll performance. Very nice. With a 23, you start playing this older song, and very well, Pallas immediately picks up on it. But you can tell that she is surprised, pleasantly so. There's a little bit of pink on her cheeks. I wouldn't have expected you to know that number, Mr. Shabazz. You're well versed in your craft.
I am, after all, a bard, and you are, what is it, Pallas? Pallas?
Pallas, yep, like a Greek for cat. I can't argue with you there. And she will, I can't with one T. She will produce her flute, wiggle her eyebrows a little bit, and the three of you put on a hell of a performance, which leads into a hell of a set. Shabazz, you can go ahead and add 108 gold, which you will receive. Technically, you'll be receiving later. but that's just from like tips and stuff.
Very nice. I would add too, even though I've joined the musicians and I'm doing that, I would try to, you know, eavesdrop or whatever too, and pay attention to anything of interest that's not gonna. I still want the music to be the focus, but also not look at other stuff too, or particularly with that table that's closest to me, just kind of understanding we're still on a fact-finding mission and whatnot.
Okay. Roll an insight check for me. And while we're doing that, Rokimi, very nice. The half orc, a young representative of House Tharashk, does sort of continue on the conversation. Master Jex does make a fair point. We are talking about courage and what we can do, but from what I can tell, my sojourns into the upper wards and even the middle wards almost make Sharn feel like a ghost town. Yet the lower wards, even the parts that are flooded, remain cramped, arguably suffocating. Master Duskwatcher and his group managed to prevent the Earth Cult, Marlos and his lunatics, from activating that orb, according to the papers. And thankfully the Fire Orb as well, from what you've told us. If you haven't, though, the individuals at this party, I am certain, would not be the first to feel it.
Always the first to profit and the last to feel it. But I guess, as he says, society needs big heads. But I digress. Politics ruins the palate. Theo, you were telling me of the mayor's entourage earlier, but you did not mention that delightful piece to his right.
Well, I can't give everything away. There's gonna be some surprise to these parties.
Gather information.
What kind of information are you trying to gather?
I was actually hoping that someone at this table would have anything on her when I mentioned that to Theo.
Yeah, I can I do an insight check to see if anyone is peaked at what Jax is saying?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, should not be on advantage.
Well, 13. Most of the folk around this table are either oblivious or know how to put on a good poker face. Soric Sensos, the counselor, will go on to describe the Shindraki is a mystery to most of us. as are the 2 Carnathians, who claim to have traveled from abroad. But I am sure that you are familiar with Commander Desjardins, and with him is Captain Calais. And of course, there is Sharn's representative, House Kundarak, Daphne.
Are we like are we sitting around or like are people mingling still?
Well, yeah, you guys are sitting, but it's sort of it's fluid. Like you can move to other tables and mingle, and you weren't committed to this table.
Okay. I think I might. I would like to kind of start. Theo might be like, okay, the pleasantries of all that stuff, and I slowly would like to make my way towards uh, that table, stopping by Hadrian and then Jiren.
Oh, are we off to torment Hadrian? I've been waiting for this.
So before we get there, Shabazz, you do get a good read of most of the people around this table, and you recognize a few as well. These 2
And
up here are elves.
I would pass all this information on telepathically to let everybody else know too. Anything of input, I would be letting everybody know.
Very good. Um, the elves, one is significantly older than the other, but they are elves in the truest sense of the word. So age is perceived a little differently. It's more in how they present themselves than their physical appearance, because elves look very young for a very, very long time until they start to Keebler. But you do recognize the matriarch of Sharn's branch of House Fjarlin. Elvenor appears to be a little, not so much flighty, but her head appears to be in the clouds a little bit. She has dark raven hair and clothing that is sort of in like a gothic baroque style. To emphasize that she is gorgeous, but a little bit on another planet. It seems she seems particularly disinterested with most of the other people around this table. Much more interested in sort of losing herself. She's sort of like swaying her shoulders to the tempo of the music that you and Palos and Karamikos are playing. Beside her is a younger man who is carrying a curved blade on his hip, and is definitely strikes you as more military. This guy is definitely from that house. You do see a family resemblance. You can tell that his deal is to protect Elvenor, right? That is why he is here. On the far end of the table, you recognize Lord Jiren Irdane. It took you a minute. He seems to be in positive spirits. He kind of gives you the vibe of a salesman a little bit. He's a little bit desperate. Is it because of all that? Is it because of all that hair
Yes.
covering that a beautiful golden ratio of a scalp?
It's disgusting.
Well, you seem to recall that Lord Gyron is a representative uh, of Sire of Siri. However we're pronouncing it. He represents the old Galifarian um, royal caste, and his reputation is he putzes around high society social circles trying to um, gain favor with Reedlish noble houses for financial aid for Syrian refugees.
Oh, definitely himbo status. Best boy.
He kind of is. He kind of has like this puppy dog sense to him. He is accompanied by a 7 foot tall, powerfully built Warforged, um, who, a lot like the Elven man next to Elvenor, is there to protect Lord Gyron. He's intense. You kind of feel like this guy could definitely give like 42 a run for his money. They're sort of built from the same "we were warbots" cloth, right? We are built to hurt things. His singular cycloptic eye constantly scans the room for any threats. The woman next to Lord Gyron, she's wearing this slinky red cocktail dress and like a fur stoat around her shoulders. Beautiful blonde hair, sharp eyes, um, and definitely showing off a lot of leg. Um, your 27 informs you that she definitely knows more than she's letting on. Her outward appearance is that she is Lord Gyron's arm candy. You get the feeling that she is a lot more competent than that. And the sort of like escort bimbo kind of persona that she's putting on is all a front.
Is that the one you're describing now, Tyrell?
Correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely. One of the things that tips you off is actually how good she is at hiding her intentions. You rolled a 27, and to get everything from her, that is not enough. And that screams one particular possibility pretty loudly to your mind, which is that she is a spy. She's definitely giving you that like femme fatale. You wouldn't be surprised if she has like a little derringer or a poison knife um, in a stocking or someplace on her person that nobody can see. Right? She's giving you that kind of impression. As for like true intention or anything like that, or even if your gut reaction is even correct, that's all up in the air because she is that good at hiding her complete intentions. The southern end of the table are the Caneths. From the papers, you recognize Baron Merix de Caneth, one of three potential heads of house of the entire de Caneth corporation, of the entire Caneth house. Merix de Caneth is a patriarch. He has operated in the better part of the 100-Year War. I guess I shouldn't say that. He's around like 60 years old. A very distinguished, very put together man. He is in control of this table, is one of the things you get from him immediately, right? This is someone who very, very rarely loses control of a situation. House Cannith are humans, yep. You happen to know, and this is public knowledge. Merrick's Cannith is considered a genius, right? Even without the use of his dragon mark, Merrick's Cannith is an incredible engineer, and a purveyor of goods and equipment, having been personally responsible for a number of modern innovations. That said, there are many who call him a war criminal. He is an arms dealer. During the 100-Year War, Merrick's Cannith was responsible for a number of controversial technological advancements. There is, in Breland, a crawling war machine that also functions as a city. It's a walking fortress. That was by Merrick's design. Merrick's Cannith was also one of the heads, like his family, like his immediate family, are responsible for the creation of Warforged as current society knows it. And that includes his youngest son, Hadrian, and his other children. But Merrick's kind of like shoulders the brunt, being top dog of that family, right? To every Warforged, whether they appreciate him or not, whether they curse him or not, Merrick's is father, right? As far as like public perception is concerned, if it wasn't for Merrick's Cannith, there wouldn't be Warforged. And controversially, Merrick's Cannith has publicly stated and has maintained the stance that Warforged are product.
Telepathically, I'm going to ask everybody who's going to tell 27 about this.
But yeah, Merrick's Cannith is basically the Howard Stark to Hadrian's Tony Stark. To sort of pop culture shorthand that. With the exception that Merrick's did not have the common decency to die. Merrick's is controlling the conversation at this table. From what you can tell, Gyron is on his typical beat of trying to encourage sentiment for the Syrian refugees, trying to peddle for help, and Merrick's is humoring that, but is directing that conversation, and you can tell with the 27 insight that Merrick's is putting Gyron in a disfavorable position. Oh yes, Merrick's will help the Syrian refugees. But you can already tell that the Syrian refugees are getting the shorthand of that deal. You're not quite close enough to catch everything, but you do tell that that's what's going on. Gyron is overjoyed that he's seemingly getting what he's needing from Merrick's, even though Merrick's is seeming to negotiate pretty roughly. But Merrick's is taking that kid for a ride.
Does it? I'm assuming Shabazz, you you convey all that. Does it look like Merrick's is negotiating in bad faith?
Uh, see, that's a bit subjective. Merrick's is, from what you can tell, Shabazz, Merrick's is taking advantage of Lord Jiren, but he's doing so with not out of malice, right? He's approaching it like a businessman, and Merrick's is smarter than Jiren by a significant margin.
Yeah.
On either side of him, there's Hadrian, which you're all already familiar with, who seems disinterested in this conversation with the 27. You pick up that he's in fact a little frustrated. He would rather be somewhere else. But he is very good at this social thing. So he has the smiles and he has the compliments and he has the affirming comment every so often, and he respectively flirts with Tyrala and Carneros as is appropriate and expected, and he is putting on the performance expected of him, but you can tell that he'd rather be somewhere else. This is a mentality shared with their other companion, Dela Decanath. Who is a fresher face on the Decanath scene. She is about Hadrian's age. But is not wasn't really involved in the war, and is a loud vocal proponent for Warforged rights. Last you heard, Dela Decanath wasn't in this city. Dela likes to travel and tries to be proactive and use her dragon mark for other people's benefit. She's a heroic type. And this puts her at odds with Merrick's. She has on occasion vocally criticized Merrick's Decanath as well as the other two potential heads of house. Like there's 3 Decanaths who are all vying for the position of head of house. And Dela dislikes all of them. She's a woman of action, and you can tell that, like Hadrian, she doesn't want to be here. You can also tell that she's rather uncomfortable, and you're guessing probably not super familiar with high society functions. But she is very popular with a lot of people because she's earnest. It also makes her very unpopular with a select number of people. And as far as their conversation, Dela is clearly disapproving and is trying to help Jiren get a better position with Merrick's without embarrassing Jiren, which is more difficult to do than to say. Where Hadrian, you can kind of tell that Hadrian is of the position that if Jiren doesn't have enough skill to play, he shouldn't be playing. Hadrian might be a little sympathetic for Jiren, right? But that's his boat to steer. If he crashes it on the rocks, that's on him.
I think Shabazz kind of feels the same way because of his stupid head of hair, and he would convey it that way to the rest of them.
Theo, Jax, as you approach, Hadrian will catch the two of you out of the corner of his eye. Jax, you can tell that Rokimi, she sort of narrows her eyes, kind of wondering what you're up to as you're approaching a Decaneth. As far as Rokimi knows, right, Rokimi considers herself lucky that you haven't, like, attacked her as a housey yet. So, you can kind of tell, Jax, that Rokimi is... Are you about to pick a fight with Hadrian at the Lord Mayor's function?
Maybe.
You can also tell that she's still considering whether or not she wants to stop you. But out of the corner of your eye, Hadrian sees the two of you approach, will rise from his seat and bow to each of you. Theodosius, Jax, it's good to see you both.
Pleasure as always.
It's always fun meeting the second most attractive son of House Demon.
Huh. Not the first time I've heard that. Thank you. We are a rather handsome breed. Speaking of, might I introduce you to my father, Baron Merrick de Kenneth, and my foster sister, Dela de Kenneth.
I give a slight bow to both. A little deeper to Merrick's. Lord Merrick's.
Well, I don't know where you got the looks from, but I can definitely see where you got the skill from.
Charmed. Merrick's will stand to his full height. He is a tall man. He cuts a rather intimidating figure, and there's definitely a regalness about him. I have heard about you and your company from my son.
Is that so? Hopefully nothing but good things.
I hardly doubt it.
You are doing a service to this city. You have my gratitude. And, of course, I have heard of you, Theodosius. House Kenneth and House Orion have had a long history of cooperation. Your cousin's project, in particular, has been a point of pride for Sharn for some time. She don't give me a persuasion check.
It has been a pride to the entire house as well to have uh, such improvement be upon Sharn. It is... We aim to serve all of Corvair and make sure that they are able to get to where they need to go in the best fashion possible.
You sound an awful lot like your patriarch. And that is a compliment.
I will gladly take that as a compliment, as it is meant.
House Orion's a metro system in Sharn would have and still will lead the city to another golden age. I am certain of it. Our cooperation, with your cousin, who unfortunately can't be with us today, it appears, has led to many exciting developments in lightning rail and elemental bonding technology. Not to mention your skill as a battle mage has been whispered among the agents and debutantes of our house. I'm thankful that you are as young as you happen to be. During the war, I am certain you would have been quite the thorn in our side.
Well, I'm just glad that we are on the same side now and working towards the same goals. At least it appears to be.
Shame more unicorns don't keep their horns sharp like my Theo here does.
It is important. But for those who wish to enact change, keep their horns sharp. Is that not right, children? Hadrian will give a smile that strikes you, Jax, as a little fake. And just like raises his glass. He has his like leg crossed in sort of like a casual manner at this point. Like, oh, of course, Father. I of course need to sharpen my horns. So between you and Shabazz, you see that there's a little bit of Merrick's clearly still regards Hadrian as a kid. And Hadrian maybe quietly resents that at like a normal level as someone who is very accomplished, but has a very demanding parental figure, but has learned to just deal with it. Dela will then say, if only to eventually achieve the day where we may all allow our horns to become blunt and broken and unnecessary. Master Duskwatcher.
As much as I want to sympathize with that sentiment, a farmer who cannot sharpen his plow is usually the one raided first. Sadly, the horns must stay sharp, because once you stop, that's when the crows circle. Not that I want to give your father more standing, no offense, sir, but it is what it is.
I would rather find a way to make sure that both the farmer and the crow are fed, if it were up to me. But I understand your sentiment. Adrian will lean back in his chair. He might be a little bit drunk. Not souse, but you know, like there's definitely maybe like a buzz there. Duodela is what some might call an idealist.
I've always taken you for the opposite, Hadrian, so I guess your father has a balanced counsel then.
Just so. Adela, you know I respect you a great deal. You do not need to inform me on how our ideas differ, Hadrian. Ultimately, we both want what's best. But there is wishing the crow to be fed and understanding that the crow will eat until it dies if given the opportunity, to the detriment of the crop. I will not apologize for being a pragmatist.
The same goes for the valiant steed if you do not control it, though. So both those at the top and the bottom of the pecking order have to be regulated?
Now, haven't you heard, Master Duskwatcher? We have automobiles now.
True. But I'm sure crystals will last longer than the herds.
And less burdensome on the steed.
It's true. But unless you get really good with that sentience thing a second time around, I do not see the automobile coming to save your ass. I'll take a horse. Not that there's anyone to ride them in Sharn anymore, God forbid.
Well, thankfully, I've never built a vehicle with the notion that it will come to save me one day. If there is one thing that I've learned, it is an invaluable skill to learn how to defend yourself. Because the steed won't come to save you either.
All depends on how they're treated, I would assume.
I would want the steed to run, Duskwatcher. I wouldn't want it to hurt itself on my behalf. It is my responsibility to the steed to be self-sufficient.
If it is your responsibility to be self-sufficient to the steed, and the steed is reliant on you for its own self-sufficiency, then it helping you would be helping itself. Full circle, not allowing it to help you diminishes your ability to protect it.
It's a tricky thing with free will, isn't it? In any case, whether it aids me or not, it is the responsibility of every free-thinking soul to find a way to stand on their own 2 feet. Whether they find support or not, bless them if they do. It would be a disservice to myself and mine to ever be placed in a position where I was not prepared. Whatever the circumstances, that's on me. Lord Gyron is going to look a little nervous. Well, certainly, Master Hadrian. Master Duskwatcher, was it?
Yes. Lord Jaren, I assume?
Lord Gyron Iadane, at your service. Certainly, there are extenuating circumstances, and in times of crisis, we must all lean on one another.
Don't be so polite about it, my man. This is Kenneth. He can take it in a conversation. Be honest. Tell him without society around him and his house to have been born into, he would not have been equipped to handle the situations he thinks he must stand on his own 2 feet for. It is the whole logic of the bootstraps. Those who come from higher think they did it on their own and forget the foundations of the society built around them that allows them those privileges.
Theo is just utter shocked.
Merrick's is going to smile and say, rightly so. Like any good machine, there are a number of moving parts operating in tandem. Society works similarly. As long as all the proper pieces are in place, interlocked, and without obstruction, motion is perpetual.
I've heard of both the naturalistic argument and now the mechanicalistic argument for how we should structure society. In both of them, the lowers aren't thought of as people but cogs in the machine. But it is still apt, for even if we tore this all down or allowed the cultists to win, a new society would form and hierarchies always naturally form. It's the people at the top who have to choose to be better than the hierarchies of the past. Like with these refugees, for instance.
You seem to imply that I do not consider myself a cog.
You probably do. I honestly believe you do, because how you view machines as a whole. But I also believe that you prioritize which cogs would be more important to the machine as a whole, and you'd probably place yourself in that upper echelon.
With a single missing or broken piece, the entire machine is in threat of failure. You work enough with engines and mechanics, and you learn that there is no singular part more important than the others. There is the complete symphony of operation, the clockwork whole. And the purpose that it achieves. I take it
Well,
you've spoken to Vidalis, and his speak of the ecosystem, wolves and rabbits and whatnot.
it does have a certain symmetry with your view of the clockwork society, honestly. But the more I see of the mechanics and machines of this world, the more they seem to mimic the naturalistic instincts of other beings anyway. Before it was animals and machines, I think they would say Sharn was a hive, like the ants or the bees.
Both wondrous creatures. The difference, however, is that nature seems to have a miraculous ability to adapt. Can be damaged, certainly, to the point irreversibly, but it adapts. It is a very difficult to destroy what is the word? Ecosystem. Machines are much more fragile.
Not to broach on a sort of subject, but is it the machines that still wander in the ecosystem that's broken over in gestures vaguely to the word I know but I cannot remember for the Dead Scar place?
Oh, the Mornlands?
Yeah, in game he just says the Mornlands, not the.
Perhaps so. But where there is a broken machine, there is a mechanic waiting to fix the problem. Is there perhaps this machine is just growing and developing in a way that we haven't foreseen, foster father?
I mean, you're not wrong. Part of me wonders if both Merrick and Brogo are correct, because what is technology other than humanity, quotation marks, version of adapting to our surroundings?
Innovation, Hadrian will say, staring into his wine glass. A manifestation of humanity's inherent greed.
Ah, no. I think the capitalization of innovation would be the desire of man's greed. Innovation is just us trying to survive and overcome. When you turn that purpose to profits, that is where the greed sets in.
We have learned long ago how to survive, and it was not enough. It wasn't enough, and it will never be enough. This glittering city of towers is proof of that. What facet of this fascinating architecture implies even a modicum of practical survival? Even you are an agent of greed, Duskwatcher. Protector of Goldgate. Where the people suffer, but they survive. And this speech of yours is boiling down to a point of Goldgate deserving and wanting more. Perhaps justifiably so. I won't argue with you on that, but it is greed all the same. People
Yes,
want more.
people cling hungrily to life, greedily to the things they need to sustain themselves. But a lot of the time, that greed is directed by the decadence that comes from above. If you give someone something to reach for, they will want it. If you spread everything out to where no one has more, what is their desire above everyone else? But I see you have sours with your own way of life. So take the swings you want. Because, yes, my greed for Goldgate to flourish, to thrive, because nothing is just about survival, it's about thriving. Every species wants to advance. They want to spread the greed, take over more territories. We are the same, each and every one of us. It's how we engage in those practices that makes the biggest difference.
Driving is ambition with rose perfume.
Without ambition, we would all lay down and die.
On that, we can agree. I think you and Dela would get along very well. Perhaps you would interest my sister in a dance? And Dela de Candace sort of like straightens up. Hadrian!
I would rather you just insult me, Hadrian, than try to get me to make a fool of myself. While I am adequately covering up my lack of finer speech, out on the ballroom, my class would be all too able to be seen.
You said it, not I.
Hey, you better to say it than to show it, I would imagine.
I merely wanted to show that you and Dela are of a similar mind. I promise you, I had no prior knowledge of your dancing skills.
Oh, maybe I was just trying to segue into asking you for a dance so I could step on your toes instead.
Very well. He'll put down his glass and he'll start getting up from his chair.
I will curtsy, and I guess for
Merrick's is going to let out the faintest of exasperated sighs.
it's a ballroom blitz.
Dela is going to ask, what just happened? I wouldn't worry about it, my dear. Theodosius, we have a seat open and available if you'd like to join us.
Thank you.
And Hadrian is going to put a hand on Jex's hip and take his other hand and volunteer himself for the lead.
Oh.
I will easily follow. I'm gonna tick a blade song for that advantage to Dex.
Sheena's going to take Conwin dancing.
I was kind of hoping it'd be the other way around. I'll
Oh yeah, well you
subtly-
crit that persuasion.
Yeah. I kind of want to subtly give hints or body language
I
notions
thought it would
to.
be one of those leading them by the elbow to make it look like they're leadings.
Nah, I need to make him have the confidence. I can't do all the work. I'm trying to build up his confidence. So I need him to initiate it. I can't do everything. But
With
the two
a
of you are dancing, so I was just like, hey.
well, with
Not
that
really.
critical, I'd say it's pretty easy for you to direct Conwin while making it look like Conwin's idea.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, Conwin will see Hadrian and Jex dancing and decide, oh, I should probably do that too, right? Yes, be like Merrick's, but without the attitude, like puffs up his chest.
Yeah. Check.
And we will deal with the rest of the scene when we get back from a break. Since we're halfway through, empty yourselves, water yourselves, whatever you need to do, and when we get back, and we'll deal with a bit more intrigue and a bit more setting up for plot lines later down the campaign. See you guys in a few minutes.
Ooh, plot hooks.
I've returned.
I too am here.
Welcome back. I'm I'm sorry that that Harger was sort of in a wallflowery position at the moment.
Oh, it's all good. I'm more waiting, like, kind of seeing, who's who. I'm letting these guys all talk to people, and then Hargan will figure out who he can relate to, probably. So far, it's looking like Dela is the only candidate.
As if I.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back to most of y'all, as the others are yet to return.
So losing that game 7 could have been terrible. I mean, it was bad, but you had to kind of been expecting after 0-3. They shouldn't have given McDavid that trophy. That's bullshit, and it's a terrible consolation prize, and it means it's a slap in the face.
Yeah. There is a part of me that was like, if you motherfuckers would have just lost game 4, then we could have dealt with a different sort of major embarrassment than the little Cinderella story that couldn't.
Yeah, it's still a pretty incredible story. Either way, it was.
I mean, it was a hell of a comeback up until they choked, and I knew they would. Like they always fucking do. It's the Oilers special. But
Eddie was so upset he canceled game on Tuesday.
that's not true. Don't spread that around. Don't say that.
It's not true. Defeated as he was, he still ran session.
He just killed all the players out of anger.
So, for those who haven't played Pathfinder, Pathfinder has a similar system to Inspiration called Hero Points,
which is infinitely better.
Which there is some heated discourse, but one of the things is that you can gather up to 3 hero points, but they don't carry over from session to session. So, when these motherfuckers on Tuesday were ragging on me for the Oilers losing, I threatened that if they kept on going, they'd be capped at 2 hero points for the session and not 3. Oh man, it was disappointing though. I was crestfallen for. It's still a little bit tender, but I thought we were gonna do it this year. Really did. They got my hopes up.
Well, part of my argument for him not freaking winning that award too is he didn't have a goal until that game 4.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he like McDavid didn't do like
I mean,
he was awake.
It's a playoffs award too. It's not just the finals, but
He's so McDavid is great, right? He is not the Oilers' Messiah. and a lot of people prop him up to be. And McDavid has played some great games this season, but honestly, I want more focus on Skinner. Fucking, he's had some bungles, but I feel like Skinner's played an incredible season. And I'm biased. In junior hockey, I played goalie, so I've got an invested interest. But, oh, hey, buddy.
A goalie can win you a Stanley Cup. That's what they say.
It's true. And I do feel like Skinner played a hell of a season this year. Overall. Especially, but that's neither here nor there. Is anyone not here?
I are here.
Yeah, I feel
here, but after that housey talk, I think going mental is elsewhere.
I'm I'm sorry about that.
I'd follow that up with some sports talk for you too, Kat.
Yeah, this double whammy tonight. I'm truly embodying Shino on like room temperature IQ.
It's what we're gonna do for our next Eberron game. For our next Eberron game, we're just gonna play the fucking what's that sport? Like it's not the race, although we could do the race. But I mean, I have long kind of wanted to like putz around the idea of a game centered around like a literal sports team as the player characters.
Mm-hmm.
And do like a sports anime kind of themed campaign. I think that would be a lot of fun. I also in high school. Sorry?
I said we could all be shifters and play Harzak.
Ooh, yeah.
Take us to the Maelstrom, and we'll play Blitzball.
That's basically what Hazak is.
Oh, is it?
With more furries. But that's neither here nor there. God. If you guys want to hear some cringe, in high school, I'm not sure, like, whoever's familiar with manga, if you remember Tokyo Pop. Tokyo Pop used to publish manga. I'm not sure they do anymore. I heard they went out of business, but I don't know. I haven't following it. But back in the day, in yesteryear, when I was in high school, they put on a contest where amateurs could put in like a first issue to basically pitch a Western manga an idea, and a buddy and I tried to like write a hockey sports anime because we were really into like stuff like Ice Shield 21 and Tennis Prince and stuff like that. I'm a big sucker for sports anime, or at least I was, and we were like there hasn't been like a hockey one, and we did our research and we learned that there is like a very small and very like spirited but definitely in the minority community for hockey in Japan. And we're like, we could do this. We could do like a high school, like they're trying to start a hockey club at their high school story. It was terrible. It was one of the worst things I ever wrote. But
honestly, anime nowadays is actually probably a plot hook that would probably get some traction.
I loved Ice Shield 21 as a kid, especially because I was in high school football.
I just want to add that's one of the most Canadian things I've ever heard too.
I mean, sorry. Yeah, man. Ice Shield 21's so good. Besides Jex and me, who played high school football?
Me.
Yeah, buddy.
I played the European football in my day.
Rugby?
No. Just soccer.
Ball kicker.
I myself was on the track team.
I did track
Ooh,
too.
Nice.
What'd you do in track?
Varsity sprinter.
Oh, very cool.
Nice.
Whole fucking D&D group of jocks out here.
Talk about back in my day, Jesus.
Back in her day,
Mergenmerger.
back when her bones didn't creak. Speaking of, I'm going to need either performance or acrobatics
Fuck.
from Jackson Sheena.
Oh!
Oh, buddy.
Well, I was gonna say something, but I don't think what I want is gonna happen after that crit anymore.
Let's see it.
I was gonna say, could I tap into my dragon mark and have this dance to be a night to remember that makes everyone struck with awe that will even make Merrick shut up. But apparently Jack's got that covered, so I'll just not do that. And
So-
just roll normally.
So you could,
Uh-huh.
but like most magic, magic is obvious.
Yeah, I also realized I would be tapping into an aberrant dragon mark in a literal room of houses.
That we spent so painstakingly long to cover up, too.
I know, but I wanted something to happen. But apparently Jax is stealing the show tonight, so all right. I mean, I got a 30-20. That's not bad.
That is definitely not bad.
Hey, you know what? We'll play it like I want to steal the show, but with Jax's critical, I just make him look better.
Like you guys switch partners or some shit.
Yeah. Let's do that.
So
Apparently, you can talk.
you guys are also accomplishing different things, right? By your choices.
Yeah.
Shino looks beautiful when she takes the dance floor. She has most eyes on her. She and Conwyn look glamorous together. Their skill is not in their necessarily in their footwork, not in their
Nice.
technique, but their vibes are very strong.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted.
Jex and Hadrian. Hadrian leads, and Jex, your instincts and your blade singing training just immediately kick in. And for every step, every pivot, every twirl, every exchange, the two of you are in perfect synchronicity. There is a point where Hadrian pulls you close, and you fall into him, and your faces are less than an inch from one another. And he leans forward and he whispers in your ear that you are a liar and a tease. Because clearly you are very good at dancing. He doesn't say that last part.
I'm
You
gonna
are a liar
quickly
and a
check
tease.
him and be like, if you thought you were better than me, you wouldn't have come. If you didn't think you were better than me, you wouldn't have come.
Apart, you said if you didn't think that you were better than me, you wouldn't have come.
Yes.
It is a shame that that's your perception of me, but I suppose I cannot blame you.
To be fair, I've only met you mostly in dungeons with blood all over, so I did get a skewed perspective.
Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Mud. You fucking menaces.
I love Thursday.
You can almost feel Hadrian's smile on your cheek. As the song, because something sexy is what's playing. I believe that was mentioned.
Yeah.
So the tempo starts to increase.
One of those good ones that gives you the beat to do the fancy moves, then switches to slow to give you the intimate time, and then back again. Sorry.
It's true. And so you can almost feel Hadrian's smile before the two of you pull away as the dance demands. And Hadrian will look you in the eye, and he will say, social position and privilege do not define greatness. They permit more opportunities. That is true. But to consider yourself better with only your social strata as your unit of measure is an invitation for embarrassment.
This is true, and also how I think of most of our kind. I am very flustered to find you less like your father than I expected, and extremely charmed.
It is the nature of innovation to improve on the previous iteration.
Almost ruined the moment by missounding like him, but I do appreciate the sentiment. Then he's gonna let out a deep.
Apples
But
and trees.
this is true. But sadly, we must digress to work now. As we're dancing, and as I say that, I'm slowly going to ask him about the lady to the right of the Lord Mayor, and how he's the only one I trust here, other than a few people who, with the information that she might be connected to something to do with the cultists. If that's not the actual reason we need to talk to, Jex forgot and confused it too, because that's what I've been thinking for like the last 2 weeks.
Clever.
Persuasion check with advantage.
Just to add a little bit of context, from what I understand, is we need to keep an eye out for a sexy drow, whom we now know as Novareem. She is welcoming exotic imports, and is a new player in Sharn. Hold on, I'm scrolling through notes. What were we supposed to do from her? We were supposed to gather dirt from her, on her. That's what it was.
And who is that for?
The lady you're trying to get.
No, who told us to get the dirt from her?
Papa Boromar,
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Conwyn's grandpa.
Right, and we gotta get his favor so we can knock him off, so we can put Carwyn in control of the Boromar, and later Jex can run to be Counselor of Goldgate. Got it.
We'll put that in a little asterisk.
Long-term
yes.
plans here.
I like where your head's at there, kid. Sorry. Continue.
I'm a little bit surprised. High society gossip does not become you.
I know, which is why I hate it for work. I'd rather just banter and go up and directly confront them and be like, hey, what's your shit with smuggling? But I can't do that here.
As deeply entertaining as it might be. Well, I know that she goes by the name Lady Nuvarim. She is Shindraki. You can tell by her dialect and demeanor and the goods she brings in. And her own admission, of course, but she does not appear to be from any particular Drow clan. She doesn't have any of the marks of the Volkuri or Umbrigen or Suthatar, which makes her a curiosity. In addition,
Go on.
In addition, she seems to have arrived in response to the cult's appearance in Sharn, having to grease a few palms, according to rumor, in order to do so. Unlike everyone else here, who is stubbornly deciding to remain due to duty or protected investment or what have you, she and the two Carnathians have traveled here from abroad.
Quite an interesting time to sightsee and bring goods to the place. Do you know how she got so close to the Lord Mayor so quickly?
The Lord Mayor is a weak-willed, decadent, and pliable man, and she is a beautiful young woman.
You've already charmed me to Kenneth. You don't have to talk like that. But I agree. That might be as simple as it is, or it might not.
For the record, she and the Carnathians don't have anything to do with one another. And I am attempting a background check. Lady Nuvarim is a mystery, but there's nothing to suggest that she is allied with the cults in any way. If anything, she might be an oppositional force. But whatever the truth therein, she does have a deft hand. And has carefully hid any true goals that she might have if one were to be suspicious of her purpose. Pardon me, of her purpose here.
Being one of the only people to come to the city since the events is automatically suspicious. But it's more of underworld gossip that points fingers towards possible connections to the cult.
Well, if one were to try and find evidence to the contrary of her perfectly legitimate dealings, it is known that the Lord Mayor has granted Lady Nuvarim the use of Orundrith estate to service her lodgings for the time being.
I knew you would be good more than just for a good dance and a pretty face. Now quickly, before the song ends, spin me once more.
He'll bow his head. And indulge you in a spin and a dip before the song ends. Or more accurately, actually, because this was mentioned previously, a transition in partners.
Oh shit.
Ashino, are you going to dance with Jax, or are you going to dance with Hadrian?
I don't want to say both. Do do I can I do something to glean any information that Hadrian has said all that he can, or all that he has?
Yeah, you guys are connected with telepathic bond. Jax can just shoot that to the rest of you.
Right. So I'm trying to see if there's any more to get off of Hadrian, or get from Hadrian that Jex didn't.
I mean, I guess you can roll an insight check.
Okay.
See if he was holding back on me.
Another dirty 20.
When it comes to Nervarim, no. He doesn't really see a reason to hide any information. You definitely distinctly get this, like, you're asking about the drow lady who I did a background check on a little while ago. I don't fucking give a shit. Whatever. Here's the tea.
I don't want to keep holding things up, but I don't know if there's anything I can get more from Hadrian. Although, if I pair off to Jex, maybe we can dance shenanigans over and do something. You know, let's just swing me off to Jex.
Okay.
Mm.
To turn the clock back, you find that Conwyn is a proficient dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Despite yourself, perhaps. He's dancing well enough to provide you with a good time. Perhaps even under different circumstances, he'd be very fun to dance with. If you were to say, like, at a club or a tavern or something.
Oh, okay.
Gosh, you're quite graceful around a dance floor, ma'am.
Oh, I'm just following your lead. I'm actually not quite that adept, but I'm putting on my best show for you tonight.
I can tell. Usually I'm a little better of a partner. But then again, usually I can. And then he stops himself. You can roll an insight if you want.
I will. still pretty decent. It's not
It is
another
pretty
dirty
decent.
20.
You realize that he was about to accidentally let slip that usually you can read his dance partner's facial expressions, because he has to look up and he can't see her face.
Oh. Is he that shorter than me?
He's a halfling.
Okay.
He was a halfling the whole time.
I know, but I guess I didn't
Saying
realize
you're-
how short halflings were.
He keeps
You're-
saying your eyes are up there, but he can't see your eyes.
Yeah, not when you're waltzing. He has to like take a few steps back just to make eye contact with you. He is pretty tall for a halfling, and you're pretty short for an elf. But there's still like you're like 5'3" or something, as I recall.
5'1".
5'1", and like Conwin's like 310. Like
Okay. Um. Okay. Then I'll just let out the certified patented trademark Shino giggle, and tell him that it's okay if you. It's okay that you're out of your element because I'm to boost your confidence, and some confidence can come from instinct alone. And that is my goal for tonight, is to make you believe in the me that believes in you.
well, gosh, Miss Shino. Yeah, I can hear people's heads shaking. But Conwin is gonna blush. Gosh, Miss Shino. Well, I gotta say you're boosting my confidence and more.
Good. Because enjoy the view while it's here.
I might need a step ladder, but I'll do my best.
Yeah, just give me a little twirl.
He will. It will involve a pretty impressive jump. And he will dip you, which, physics aside, he does rather proficiency. You hear from the nearby table, Lars like, "Yeah, work it!"
I'll give him a wink, and I hope he's inspired.
And like Lars is like doing that thing where like he has like his arms up and he's just sort of like gyrating his shoulders and abs.
The motion
And
of the ocean.
Brogo Dividalis is like looking at him like, why is this person sitting at our table? Although Kurala de Jarasco is quite pleased of the funny hobgoblin, who seems to be like one proposition away from just taking off his shirt and making this high society function a true mess.
Before Conwin sends me off to Jex, I'm gonna tell him, because I'm assuming I'm trading in Jex and he's going into Hadrian.
And Conwin's going to Hadrian, yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna tell Conwin to be on your best behavior and see if he can get an invite or an in for us, or at least me, into the table with the Lord Mayor and Commander Zealous. And
Don't we know Desjardins?
we have met Commander Zealous. Yeah, he's the one that gave you, Theo, explicit jurisdiction over the whole cult
Yeah.
thingy. cult case. That's what the word I was looking for. Cult debacle.
Right. I'll do my best, Machino. I just realized that the way, because Conwyn's a halfling, to dip Shino properly, Shino would have to get really close down to the floor, which means that there's ample opportunity to show off so much elven leg.
Mhm.
Just angles, right? Just geometry, math. But that's neither here nor there. Conwyn's gonna try and do that.
That was
And
kind of the point.
I will probably excuse myself from the Kenneth table and make my way over to Desjardins and make my acquaintance known.
before you do, while the dance is going on, Merrick's actually has a proposition for you.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Theodosius,
yes.
Lord Agyrin, Dela, and I were just discussing the sorry state of our former head of Galifar, sire.
Truly is a tragedy, and I'm hoping that the treaty lasts in memory and honor of those lost in Sire.
Thank you, Master Deorian. But I'm rather curious. We, of course, would appreciate all the help that we can get. Yes. Merrick leans back in his chair.
And what help might you be requiring?
Coin is one thing, but it had occurred to me that perhaps our illustrious houses can find a common goal together once again. The lightning rail technology that we have been developing together has paid great dividends. I understand it has been playing second fiddle to the flashy technology of Lyrander's airships. To which you know that the Decans also helped with that, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is the Lyrander airships are still a new technology, and while I'm sure you spent many an hour perfecting it, nothing beats the tried and tested metal machinery that is the lightning rail.
I am inclined to agree with you in this case. The Mournlands, as you've said, is a tragedy, and is also a haven for mutated spells, undead creatures, and warforged criminals, such as the Lord of Blades. And the mystery surrounding the cataclysm 5 years ago is still fresh, and we still do not have answers. We have attempted to enlist warforged expeditioners into the Mournlands. But none of those parties have returned or have joined with the Lord of Blades. For those who don't know, the Lord of Blades used to be a war hero. He was the top of the top as far as Warforged soldiers during the war. But when the Warforged gained sapience, the Lord of Blades either had a mental breakdown or just made a decision looking at the situation around him and decided that anarchy was the best policy and turned against his creators. The Lord of Blades is what many people would consider a psychopath and an extremist. He goes out of his way to harm and torture organics. And the rumor is he is slowly but surely building a Warforged revolution and army inside the Mournlands, waiting, biding his time, and preying on whoever gets too close before eventually striking out with a metal, indomitable army. The Mournlands are covered in this dense mist that sucks the life out of um, almost all organic life. But Warforged have the ability to travel through the Mournlands with little to no harm. The same extends to most undead. I have developed a schema, and your recent actions have shown to the houses that you are a young man and agent of incredible potential, of a cunning battle acumen, and more than capable under duress.
I truly appreciate the accolades, and it is, for better or for worse, I have been thrust into this position, and I do take it with great pride and humility to bring justice to those who were affected by the terrorist attacks in Sharn, and to bring justice to my house as well, as we were one of, as you know, and you were as well, as we were the directly threatened and attacked by these terrorists.
Merrick's nods. Well then, Lord Theo, Lord Gyron, and Dela, and Lord Carneros, here is what I propose. With our previously established technology, and through the combined power of our marks of making and your family's marks, being masters of travel and space, I believe we're the only ones who can truly innovate a way to travel through the Mournlands in relative safety, and make an attempt to get to the royal palace, where it is my belief that the answers to the mystery of the cataclysm remain. Remain and wait to be discovered.
It is truly a remarkable endeavor. In what what way do you think that we could traverse the Mournlands? I mean, I, to my knowledge, I do believe the guide stones might still be in place, though I highly doubt that they're still arcanely charged. So, I mean, if we could find a way, we might be able to use the existing lightning rail lines that already lead to the capital of Sire, but that brings along having to deal with the actual Morn itself. The fog of, and it's, from what I understand, it's quite treacherous and terrorizing effects. We have lost many house agents to the Mournland, unfortunately, trying to recover house assets.
Indeed. My Dela and Hadrian had similar thoughts. Dela's going to raise an eyebrow. What is it you intend to do, Baron? Even in 5 years, technology has advanced. And those agents, who regrettably had lost their lives, or lost whatever else, did provide us with some vital information. I believe we can retrofit an engine and have it run on an alternate arcane source than an elemental binding. Theo, you happen to know that one of the reasons why sending trains and airships into the Mournlands is so there's this thing, like, you guys fought them, well, your hirelings fought them, called living spells in Eberron. And so vehicles that rely on elemental binding as their fuel sources, right? The elementals inside or the magic they're in can react adversely and become dangerous, if not become nullified. I have a theory that a group of dedicated spellcasters, a team of dedicated arcane spellcasters, can take the place of an elemental crystal within an engine built specifically to deter the mists of the Mournlands, a pressurized rail, not unlike a submarine. Through the use of your family's mark to power the engine, and our family's mark to maintain repairs, as the mist attempts to inflict its entropic magics, or anti-magics as the case may be, on the engine. Because there's too much magic in the world, they haven't realized it yet.
Too smart.
This is a magic punk setting, not a steampunk setting. Gosh.
Isn't Eberron steampunk themed?
No, it's magic punk.
I thought it was steampunk.
There's a
Just with
little
magic.
bit of steampunk, but even the steampunk stuff is bolstered by magic to get it to work.
see.
There's going to be a gnome who makes a steam engine, and the Decanists are going to come and kill them.
You can't have a water engine. CIA will get you.
It's probably
Exactly.
already happened.
You mean there's a cure for cancer in the 90s?
Um, but also, even then, like the big thing is protecting the passengers from the life-draining effects of the mist, which is what Merrick's is really nailing down here. He believes that the combined power of the Orient and Kenneth dragon marks can create a magical effect that could functionally enchant a train. To functionally enchant a train to protect it while in that area.
I find this proposal extremely intriguing, Baron. This is, if we were to make this happen, that would be revolutionary. That would help Madani, it would help the people of Sire find lost loved ones and items of value. We we could actually reestablish lines to the Roar holds. This is extremely fascinating. I will definitely have to bring this up to my patriarch and to I find that he would be more than willing to engage in this fantastic endeavor.
It is all theory, of course, and I can't take the credit. And he turns, and Dela sort of like sits up straighter. And Dela, my dear, you deserve the credit.
Well,
It was a passing fancy thought, and you can kind of tell that Dela is inexperienced, right? Like, you guys are like level 11, right? Dela is kind of, you see your level 4 self in Dela right now, right? You know?
um, I was like, well, Dela, this is you have thought of something extremely revolutionary. And quite honestly, you should be proud of this. You might be on the verge of some groundbreaking research and technology. Take pride.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Now here's the rub. We're still in the theory phase. We'll require testing and prototypes. But more importantly, even in theory, we will need a caster from House de Kenneth and a caster from House de Orion willing to venture into the Mournlands. Agents are one thing. The dragon marks are what will make this possible, feasible, which is a tall order. After you are no doubt victorious over these cults, and he's going to reach over and he's going to grab Dela's hand, and he is going to grab your hand and pull them together in a way that feels a lot like is he gonna like get us to get married? Like,
Yeah,
what
I
the
was
fuck
gonna
is...
say, like, is this sounds like this is a possible arranged.
And he's gonna like put your hand on Dela's hand, sort of like clasp his hands over both of yours. This must be a joint endeavor. In all ways, I cannot foresee this project working without the two of you working in tandem. In particular, Theodosius. This team that you have been building should be more than capable. With the experience that you are developing with this current crisis. I propose that you and your team meet with me at House Arcana, at our enclave, to work with us in building everything we need to pursue this project.
Well, I think this is going to be the beginning of a wonderful endeavor, and one crisis at a time. And should I survive, which I have no doubt I will, you have my full support. And I may not have the full authority to speak on Baron D'Orian himself, but I'm sure he would be just as supportive as well.
For the young scion that saved Sharn,
I think he
I
can
have
make do for the savior.
indeed. Arkham over in the corner. Look at the head on this guy now.
What have we done?
Then we have an accord. And Merrick's is going to pull his hands away. And I don't know, like, maybe Merrick's is like one part stage magician. You're not sure, but you find that you're now shaking hands with Dela, and Dela looks concerned on how this happened too. Ah. Well, I suppose it will be an honor working with you.
It will be. Um, if you don't mind, I would love to look over your preliminary research if you have any.
I'm afraid I left my documents and my other dress.
Oh, of course, of course. No, when you get, of course, this is a this is a pleasure, not a work function. But when you have the time, I would love to review your notes.
Oh,
Well, I am often out and about, but considering the recent circumstances, you will likely be able to find me at the Decaneth Estate or Morgrave University.
Well, if you feel you need to get out of the estate, I do believe we currently uh, our living accommodations are uh, at a new House Orient affiliate tower, um, and there are many, many faces coming and going within our tower. So, if you would like, you're more than welcome to stop by.
Um, she'll smile and tuck some hair behind her ear and nod. Perhaps I will take you up on your invitation, Lord Deorian. And she'll draw her hand away. Roll an insight.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Yes.
nice.
Dela doesn't want to think that you're full of shit. Um, it is going to take some effort to trust her. She is not so much charmed as she is being polite. She acknowledges that you're charming, right? But you get the feeling that she has been burned too often by other houses,
Yeah.
and she has not. Like you can kind of tell, like philosophically, she's a little bit more Jex leaning than she is like
Yeah.
typical house leaning.
Don't you worry, I'll win her over.
It'll be a little bit of a climb. But as storyteller, yeah, I don't have any doubt.
It's okay
And
with
the
my
tale is worth.
with my +1 strength. I will happily climb that mountain.
Also, you got wings. Dela de Orion is, or de.
Ah.
Getting a bit confused Dela de Canith is kind of badass.
Yeah.
She's just trying to not make too much of a splash here because what she was doing before this was like exploring the jungles of Shendrik and stuff. Like,
People can make a name for themselves doing that.
oh, and she has. She's just not used to. She's just not used to functions like this, and is sort of a. She's kind of suspicious of other houses, just kind of by default. But she also does want to get this done. She does want to help. She is a helper. And with the 21 insight, her distrust of houses might be because of her foster father,
Yeah.
who is, yeah, Merrick's gets things done one way or another. Definitely a ends justify the means type of a fellow. Lord Gyron is going to clap his hands together. Oh, my word, then. This is exciting. Well, we don't have much, but if there's anything that the Syrian Reclamation League can do for this endeavor, please, you let us know. And Merrick is going to raise his glass. Oh, you can rest assured, as soon as we need you, we will come calling. And Gyron, not realizing that he made a deal with the devil, is grinning from ear to ear, excited like a puppy dog. And Dela looks concerned for Lord Gyron. Like she's going,
And I think I'll go ahead and excuse myself and make my way toward Commander Desjardins.
Lord Dorian. Good to see
Commander.
you in good health.
Likewise, I would like to thank you again for giving me control over the investigation and overall jurisdiction of the issue with the elemental terrorists.
No thanks needed. You are, after all, decided to be the best team for the job. But I forget myself. May I introduce... Sorry, my brain stalled for a second. May I introduce a representative of House Orion, Theodosius de Orion.
I kind of give a deep, regal bow. Lord Mayor, it is truly an honor to meet you.
Ah, yes! Lord Mayor Catherine Irdemel is an older man. He's a little bit of an eccentric. He's been mayor for a long time, and most of his power is largely ceremonial. It's the councilors who have like most of the actual administrative power over the city.
Yeah.
Well, pull up a chair, boy. I knew some Deorians in my time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they sold me a horse once. Good horse.
We do have some of the finest steeds.
It disappeared one day. It walked through a circle of light and vanished.
Well, I did not say they were good at staying. They're just good at transporting.
Oh, I was so awestruck I wasn't even angry. Besides, the manual did warn me they could do that if I wasn't careful. But I figured, pish the posh. Never needed to read a manual in my life before. Why not start then? I'll learn that real quick. Now I actually know how to use my decanteth toaster.
Well, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. It took me many years. Now I get a perfect, even golden brown on both sides of the slice.
Couldn't have it another way. Theo is immediately regretting his decisions.
Yeah, Commander Zayla sort of like clears his throat. Lord Mayor, perhaps. Oh yes. Well, you're doing a great service for my city, my boys. So why don't you take a sit with us? Let's see. Certainly, you know Captain Saj Kalis, and a large, imposing but warm, smiling man will rise from his seat and bow to you. I have heard good things about you, Lord Deorian.
Oh, that is. I'm glad that they're at least good things.
Baroness Daphne de Kundarak of House Kundarak, and the multi-hued haired dwarf of middle-aged, she will bow her head to you. She notably does not get up, but you're kind of expecting that.
Yeah.
Kundarak and Orion sort of, they get along well enough on good days. But it's House Kundarak, they're bankers, right? And Orions, a lot like Caneths, are innovators. So there's a lot of money being exchanged. And Kundarak is not too keen on giving out a lot of money, at least not without a lot of interest. And House Orion is rather shrewd and doesn't want to pay unfair amounts of interest. So there's a little bit of tension there. And a guest from abroad. Lord Vasily von Earholtz from Karnath, and his daughter Lisa, as well as Lady Nuverim from Shendrick. Isn't that right, my dear? And the elegant drow woman with flowing spider silk-like hair that falls past her shoulders smiles sweetly and squeezes the Lord Mayor's hand. But you can tell that it is deferential, and it is like elegant politeness, and the Lord Mayor may be charmed beyond, like, from a third party perspective. Nervereem is very clearly playing the mayor, and the mayor is happy to play, right? So Vasily Yerholtz is a tall, very handsome, middle-aged man. He is of a rather powerful lean like a panther-like build, um, wearing a sort of like archaic red jacket with a black fur-lined half cape. Drow are hot. It is more impressive to find an average-looking or ugly drow. Like most elves, they can't help but be sexy.
No, the Frumpy Drow are respectful and they stay in the dark.
They call them driders.
Those are the spiders, right? Or the ugliest spiders.
Yeah, they're like centaurs, except instead of horse, it's huge spider butt.
They're kind of hot too. Then.
What?
Oh?
Don't mind.
Sorry? What was that, Cat?
Nah, don't mind me, just gibbering.
So, Novareem will bow her head to you. It's an honor to make your acquaintance.
The honor is mine. I hope you've been enjoying your stay in Sharn. Have you been here long?
A little over a month or so.
Well, if you'd like some recommendations, I'm happy to give some. I'm in Sharn quite frequently. I think this has probably been the longest stay I've had in a very long time. Um, but I digress. I
The
hope you
papers have implied that you've been very busy.
indeed little bit of retribution and vengeance mixed in with saving the day. My colleagues and I, my friends, we've been trying to set things right.
A ragtag gaggle of heroes, it would appear. Lord Vasily would interject, and he does have sort of like a sort of drawn out, velvety voice.
Well, it takes lots of different people to get the job done, and the people who I associate with, we do the job very well.
I am certain that you do. During the war, it was specialist units like yourself that proved the most. How would you describe it, my daughter? Effective, if you want to be polite, father. Troublesome. I mean that as a compliment. May you flay the flesh from your enemies. From what I can tell, they seem to deserve it.
From what I've experienced, you're not wrong.
Nuvarim will return her attention to you. You have mentioned that you are not from the city?
Oh, no, I'm originally from city up north, Passage up in Aundair. Um, Born and raised. My parents my mother specifically, she's a house agent, and so we travel to Sharn quite often when I was a child. But no, I'm not from here.
You've been blessed by your bloodline's boon. That much is clear to see.
Indeed. I have been blessed, and I am quite fortunate to have missed out on having to use it for the war, as I was not quite conscription age while it was still going on.
A suggestion from the elder to the younger. Do not ever yearn for war, my young friend. If at all possible, avoid that bloody glory. It is not worth the scars and stories. They are consolations. Enjoy this peace.
And I certainly do try. Though growing up, I was told to keep the pen sharp, and your blade sharper.
Wise advice, but indicative of our social decay.
Indeed, it is. It can be quite saddening to know that people are more quicker to draw the sword rather than speak the truth in which they hold.
And yet, and this is Lisa, not Nervarium. Lisa, um, I have found, in some cases, words will fail, even in times of peace. And from reading the city's papers, I, for one, am willing to say that I am grateful that you have kept your blade sharp. They are very hot. Both father and daughter are smoking Gothic 10s. They might be undead, but I know for some of you that's definitely not a deal breaker.
You are a student of Arcanics, yes?
Yes, I am. I trained under some of the best battle mages.
Well, I am an alumni of Arcanics myself,
Oh, is that
sometimes.
so?
But there are some techniques that they do not teach you at Arcanics, unless there has been a drastic change in curriculum since I attended.
And when was that? I might be able
Hmm.
to confirm or deny the new or old curriculum.
What is their policy on necromancy?
Well, I mean, given the Carnathi and the use of their undead, and the Aranel elves down south, and I mean, it's not Not opposed. I mean, there's healers, there's clerics. There are necromantic wizards and mages out there, but I'd say the policy might be a little vague.
Well, should you ever find yourself in my county in Karna, perhaps stop by my castle and we might discuss some advanced necromantic theory that you might not find in the illustrious halls of our alma mater.
I would be more than honored. Should I find myself within the realm of Karnath?
The tourism would do us good. And I know that my daughter would be pleased having such a handsome young man prowling our halls. Father,
Well, should I find a train to Karnath, I will be more than happy to stop by.
Smash cut to our next campaign. Theo is trapped in a bed with 3 vampires.
Trapped in the sense that he won't get out.
Yeah.
Very Jonathan Harker. I tried to leave me, and I swear.
All that blood's going to the wrong head.
I sold Theo to them for more bags of bones.
Jack said I was only worth 2 Kyber candies.
Oh, jeez. Daphne's going to say, well, that was quite a trip for him, eh? Made all the way to Karnath? Not exactly a hop and a skip, but you've got work to do, don't you, Orion?
Don't we all?
Ah, well, I don't envy yours. I get to boss people around all day and balance checkbooks. Dangerous in its own right, but not exactly the same as confronting terrorists.
You know, when we first started this, I would have gladly traded positions, but that
Oh
is
no, you can keep it.
I don't know. There's just something so alluring of sitting behind a desk and not having to worry that your actions have life-threatening consequences, world-ending consequences. Sometimes it would be nice.
You say that, but you don't know what checkbooks I be balancing.
You know what? You are correct. To be a fly on the wall in your office.
Oh, I better not catch you there.
We're good at getting around. You better keep an eye out.
Captain Saj.
It's best to remember that we are all on the same team here.
Oh, absolutely. I jest.
You say that, it does. You're not sure if Daphne's joking. You're not sure that she's not joking, but she's definitely got the stoicism thing down.
Yeah.
Oh yes, well, I got to say, the metro line is working wonders. Hope you and your son are doing okay after that nasty business. Are you
Oh,
getting back together with your wife?
w- um, no. Yes, yes, we are working things out right now, and w- we are on a path to success. And thank you so much for your enthusiasm.
I got enthusiasm to spare. And he pulls up a ring, and he like very discreetly gives it a little sniff. Nothing but enthusiasm.
Mm.
Got to in a position like this.
And,
What were we talking about?
I believe, Nurvarim, you were telling us about your lovely stay here in Sharn. And, like,
Oh,
Theo just, like, looks at her, just like, the fuck are you doing?
was I? And she like leans onto the table and looks up at you, like immediately clocks what you're trying to do. She is gorgeous. She is definitely like playing up the sexy drow archetype, right? Her dress is like clinging to her every curve. The plunge, like the plunge that would like show cleavage goes like down past her navel, like. She
And,
know if there's going to be a rival in this room, it's her.
uh, and I forget, what do you do, Nuvarim? I mean, all of us are individuals of station. You have Daphne over here who checks books. You have the captain and the commander here, and Lord Vasily, a former student of Arcanics. I would love to know what's what's your prerogative. I hear that the Drow Zendrix are very accomplished individuals.
Isn't it obvious? I'm sucking the Lord Mayor's cock. And
Whoa!
Zalis spits out, and then she casts Gift of Gab, and everybody around the table seems to have forgotten that just happened except for you. And she's like staring you right in the face, like trying to gauge your reaction.
um, I would like to in the commotion. I would like to soil the Lord Mayor's pants with some prestidigitation.
Oh God. I should have expected this to happen. I opened up the door.
It's Thursday. What do you expect?
Um, never the Lord Mayor. When did this happen? Where's my dependables? Nervarine, uh, Lady Nervarine smiles. Perhaps she's amused. You can make an insight check if you want.
Does she actually cast Gift of Gab? Because I can counterspell that.
She didn't. I guess you are.
I would let it happen.
Yeah, I guess you could cast it through Navi. Is
I'm
Shino
just
going to cast
saying.
Counterspell?
Do we want to let that lie, or do we counterspell it? Because I thought you were just kind of saying she did Gift of Gab as a jest, but then I'm like, wait, hold on, we actually can.
Theo's goal is to try and get them away and out of the room, and by doing that, the only way she's going to leave is with the Lord Mayor.
Is Shino counterspeller?
I kind of want to. Can Jax do it?
Jex is a little bit too far away from where you guys were when this happened.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's sort of only because you placed Navi with Theo.
I mean, if I do it, everyone's gonna know I did it, didn't I?
I believe counterspell is verbal and somatic.
Yeah, so it's a hand gesture and a vocal gesture. An incantation.
It's just somatic.
Oh.
Is it? Oh. I mean, it's still like a hand gesture. So it would be obvious that you're casting a spell if anybody's looking at you. And there are people looking at you. By character, by your design of your character.
I feel like I kind of want to, just to like. Here's the thing, though. I want to counterspell it, but I know I'm in a position to where I need to make Conwyn look good. So if I make a scene after all the hard work I've done, that's just going to derail everything. But also, it's going to expose Novarine. And it sounds like Theo's just going to let it lie.
I would add, though, if Theo can look at that table and know that she's charming him, I don't think it's really that much of a secret. I don't think the people sitting around that table are stupid, and if Theo can tell that she's charming him, I think that it's not that much of a secret. No. And yes, it's an offensive thing to say, but I don't think it's entirely game-breaking. Other than pissing her off.
I'm in a tight position where I need to not be a chaotic menace. So I'm gonna unfortunately have to let that lie.
No counterspell, got it.
If I could pull it off subtly, maybe, but I'm scared of the Bormars more than I am of Novarine.
It's why you gotta roll sorcerer. That meta magic.
I was trying to get meta magic.
Nuvarim is going to say, as if the conversation has started over, I am an importer of exotic goods from Shendrik.
Interesting. That is quite fascinating.
Well,
I would love to see your collection. I'm always happy to add some pieces to our tower, and I have some family who are looking for some specific items, and what better place than to go straight to the source?
This is a priority for you?
Well, I mean, you don't have to do it this minute, but I'd love to stop by.
Make a persuasion check.
Don't mind if I do. Darn.
The Lord Mayor looks like he's about to say something, and Nervarim leans closer to him. Perhaps you should excuse yourself and wash up, dear. Or it would be wise. And Lord Mayor is going to end up excusing himself. because somebody used prestidigitation to soil his trousers.
Just shipped my bed.
I will prestidigitation his seat, and I will sit in his chair.
Zealous. Careful on, Lord Deorian.
I'll move when he comes back. This is an intriguing conversation, but
Nuvarim is going to lean closer to you, and she's going to say, I value my privacy, Lord Deorian. And she's going to put a hand on your forearm. And it looks gentle, but there is a tightness to her fingers. There's a grip there. And informs you that she's stronger than she appears.
my apologies for overstepping. Nonetheless, I am still curious.
You've not overstepped. I can send a representative to your abode with a catalog. I very rarely do business personally.
Well,
But what sort of businesswoman would I be if I did not do business?
indeed. And it's always nice to put a face to the distributor, even if I'm not working directly with you.
She smiles, but the smile doesn't quite reach her red eyes. I understand completely. There is much value in knowing a face.
Indeed. But I hope you enjoy your time here in Sharn and with the good Lord Mayor. I shall let you all in peace. I have some other acquaintances I must make appearances to. Enjoy.
So, by the way, to carry over your 22 insight, she has not done anything sexual with the Lord Mayor.
I
Right?
figured.
Like, yeah, like just to make that clear, you can tell that she was just being provocative to elicit a reaction and try and throw you off your game. But as much as the Lord Mayor might want, there is nothing happening there.
he thinks there's something happening, but she keeps using that gift of gab.
Yeah, and I might like throw like a minor illusion every so often, just like who knows.
And over the jeans handy, does that count for something?
Mage hand.
How are we going to categorize this?
Well, that's at least third base.
I want to know. I guess first off, I want a perception check from Hargrim, who mentioned that he's keeping watch. So I'd like that. And I want to know if Shino and Jex were having any conversations while they were dancing. Which, with your cumulative rolls, Jex is definitely on his feet, graceful as hell. And Shino looks gorgeous. So during your dance, you've definitely drawn some eyes and some applause. Absolutely. But if you were getting up to any shenanigans while doing so, I would like to. I'm curious to know.
Same. I set up the alley oop for shenanigans to happen, but I didn't have any in my own at the moment and currently.
Yeah, all the shenanigans I was gonna plan with Cat didn't involve someone just taking the quest bender.
Uh, yeah, I got, I really got nothing. I couldn't really find a way, and what shenanigans did occur, I opted not to, so I'm just kind of, I'm a dumb big titty bimbo tonight.
June 27th, 2024.
For the next 6 minutes, yeah.
Hold on. With a 17 perception, here's some things that you pick up, Hargrim. Everybody at this table, obviously, you know Elira Boromar, right? She is the boss's daughter. She set herself up in a position of power as a counselor. She is from the Jarasco line. Kerala is her aunt. Oh wait, no. Incorrect. Sorry. Pardon me. Illyris Boromar's mom is from the other halfling Dragonmark house. Pardon me. I've got my notes mixed up. But you have seen all of these individuals on different occasions on different jobs. Some of them are genuinely good people, but all of them are involved in crime. Each of these counselors are members of what is known as the Boromar Block. Illyra Boromar being their ringleader. Basically, Illyra Boromar does genuinely want to do good for the city. She believes the best way to do that is to control crime by directly managing it, as opposed to trying to get rid of it, because she thinks that that's a lost leader, and her dad's in charge of the mafia, so not much of interest there. But she also genuinely believes trying to stamp out crime viciously and brutally is just going to make people upset. So if you work with the criminal element, you can try to make a better um, uh, living society environment for everyone overall. And she has convinced these other counselors and people of influence and Dragon Mark agents um, that method is the best way to do it. So what they'll do is, because Sharn is run like a democracy, right? It's run like a republic, where the counselors each get a vote, and so the Boromar block will just decide on their own. If they want something to happen, they will force majority the vote. The only real exception is the Decivis guy, who you do recognize by name as Baron Solurion Decivis, but you'll need a history check to know more than he's the head of the Civis house in Sharn. For in case anybody needs a reminder, House Civis is a bunch of gnomes. They run the postal service with House Orion. They're all about scribes and record keeping and messages and things like that.
Said history. I'm not so good at these, but here you go.
There you are. See, that's a
Yep.
10. That's a very good roll.
That is a good roll. Solurion is an older man. He's rather shrewd. You do know that he was originally a Zelargan immigrant who had defected to Breland during the last 20 years of the war. At this point, he's not considered a traitor, but he has given up his Zelargan citizenship in favor of a Breelish citizenship, which allows him to have some other privileges in Breland. You know that he's not a counselor, but he does try to keep involved in local politics. For the record, members of Dragonmarked houses cannot be in a political office. That is like an addendum to the same law that prevents them from marrying into noble houses. Right? But that doesn't mean that Solarion doesn't hover around the periphery. So it does catch your eye that the Boromar block are talking to him. That smells like something's cooking. You're not sure what, but the smell of a scheme is definitely in the air, and it's wafting from that table.
I smell crime.
Yeah. Let's see here. You do know that this table, all the counselors at this table, they don't have an official name, but they do collectively represent the counselors who most often oppose the Boromar block. So those two tables are active enemies, so to speak. Where most everyone at this table down here are sort of in the middle, right? Depending on their personal preferences, they can sway one way or the other. With the exception of two people at the table, Vasilia Kansentiar is a gnomish reporter for the Shard Inquisitive. And the tiefling is named Mercy. She is a reporter for the Dura's Eye. The Inquisitive is the more respectable newspaper. The Dura's Eye is sort of it can go between like fringe news to National Enquirer nonsense, but you happen to know, mostly from your mom, that Mercy's columns are pretty good, though it's mostly involving high society gossip. It's sensationalist news, right? It's Mercy who's going to be reporting on who's wearing what at the Met Gala and stuff, and making snide remarks as she does so. Vasilia is much more in the realm of like
Corruption.
the big scoop.
I got 2 big scoops for her.
You know that this guy up here has a hidden blade. He has it up his sleeve. It's small, probably like it's like a pocket knife or karambit. But he definitely has a knife on him.
Don't like that he's so close to Theo. And
You notice something else too. after dinner service has started, you do notice something about Nervarim. Her plate consists entirely of meat.
Carnivore diet. I respect.
That's normal for a drow?
Make a nature check.
I don't remember if I knew that. Damn.
No, they're omnivores. They'll eat meat and they need vegetables as well as meat. Well balanced 4 food group diet, just like humans. Typically they'll eat like mushrooms and stuff, and if they're like Volkuri, they eat a lot of insects. There's a delicacy of like roast scorpion and stuff.
Is it all the same meat?
No, it's like a smattering of different like Brazilian barbecue style meat samples that she sort of picked up. But it is curious.
The
Girl, your steak.
Yeah. That's all
Commander Zalis over here with a salad and a grapefruit because he's becoming an old man.
right. You need your prune juice.
The Holtzes aren't eating anything.
Vampires. Yeah. 100%.
Can I get like a little pinprick on my finger and just waft it around them?
Sure. Are you gonna do that? Are you like just?
No, I need to be on good behavior. I'm talking aloud because I want to be chaotic.
Just start a fucking feeding frenzy.
Well, if you want to wave a little prick at him.
Are you thinking about it?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Or
yeah.
just, yeah.
I mean, we're telepathically linked. I mean, I feel like my thoughts are not my own anymore.
Roll D100.
Hello, Dragon Mark. I'll give you a 90. Certainly
Vasily, Lord Vasily is going to, as you're sort of like, as you guys are like, are those two vampires like at your mental link? You're going to catch Lord Vasily's gaze.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like you just end up like making eye contact with him,
Uh-huh.
and there is like a connection there, and he's giving you a sort of come hither a gaze that sends a shiver through you. Very sexually charged.
Oh.
Expect me to.
Oh.
I'll talk to you later. You were hoping for the daughter, weren't you?
Potentially, but no, it's how you phrase things is why I'm going, oh. Because I'm plotting things in the background.
Oh, I see. Spoilers, Vasily is Stradvan Zarovich. He's just a little cameo here.
Oh, fucking
So-
Christ.
I'd do it.
And we're at Endgame.
Oh. Is his name like if you reform it, does it say Strad von whatever that's called?
Stradvan Zarovich. There aren't enough.
I didn't think so, but I was like,
There's no D,
that's the one I was looking for.
and there isn't enough letters for Zarovich. But
Well, I was more
No, I
looking
guess
for
it was.
I was more looking for Strad, but yeah, there's no D.
It is an anagram for
Saying
Count
you got no
Chocula.
D.
Sorry, what was that, Jax?
I was gonna say, damn, you're saying Strahd ain't got no D.
He's hiding it.
You'll find it later.
When he reveals himself, he reveals the D.
I like how we low-key got invited just to go to Bavaria. Like, we could sidetrack this entire campaign now, Theo.
You're welcome.
You guys don't want that. Way more.
Danny's like, I just got done doing that one.
You also notice a spurt of fire, Arkham, from the fireplace, and the vague shape of a woman. So you are the only one at this party, seemingly, that you know of who isn't surprised when stepping out of the fireplace is the fire cultist prophet Vanifer.
Oh dear.
And you're so far away, Hargrim.
I can dash that far away.
And we will deal with that
That's
next
still
time we
pretty
play next
far
week.
away,
Got
bud.
my gun.
I can almost get there.
Well, depending on initiative, I could haste you. Then you'll definitely get there.
I'm spending the inspiration I didn't get to use this game and my inspiration for the next game on initiative.
Well, we'll see how that shakes out next time we play. Perhaps initiative isn't even necessary. This room is pretty stacked. I'm not sure how Vanifer's getting out of this.
Next
So
time
do
on
we?
Dragon Ball Z.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z, do we have any questions, comments, compliments, concerns, anything of that nature that we want to talk about with today's session?
It's nice to be back,
Next.
boys.
Next Thursday is July 4th. Is that going to have to be a skip?
Oh,
I'm not American.
Yeah. I know you're not.
I don't think I have anything planned for it, so.
I
That
do
is-
have the day off. I do know that.
I mean, I got the day off too.
I will be very drunk.
It's more the barbecuing and partying is what I'm concerned for others. And it seems like Baloo will be partaking.
That is a good question. Well, on that front, let me know about general availability from everyone, and we'll determine from there. In my experience, over the last few years running this game, whenever we had a game fall on the 4th of July, that just contributed to 4th of July celebrations, in my experience. But I understand that everybody celebrates differently. So just let me know if anyone's doing anything that'll have them miss game or want to miss game or whatever happens. You keep me informed, and we'll play it by ear. But as far as I know, we're still playing.
I'm in. Yeah, I'll be available.
Right on. Maybe Vanifer, if you're too trash Baloo, maybe Vanifer will just be like, sleep at level 9. Okay, so
That's fair.
Counterspell.
Silvery
Hey.
birds.
She'll counter your counterspell, and then I'll counterspell her counterspell.
And that is her reaction. She only gets one.
And then Novarine counterspells.
Yeah.
Alright,
But
boys.
who does she counterspell?
I will see all of you, if not most of you, next week.
Yeah, good game, everyone. Have a good night. I'll see ya.
yeah, have a good night.
Bye.
Sorry, was that Baloo?
Adios.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.